Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's Bagadon at Stock Market Caddy, and we are back. It is Monday, November 17th. Money never sleeps. No, it doesn't. Neither does Bagger. I never sleep. I never eat. I just train. No, I sleep. I get my sleep. And I get more food than I should. Courtesy of TradeStation being able to automate things. Money never sleeps. No, it doesn't. Let me fix my headset. I'm sorry. It's all twisted. Hold on. There we go. Okay, this is a beautiful thing. I made a video on this and I sent it out. Is anybody even here this morning? Um, let's go. If you're an annual member, I think you're going to find the video that we just posted extremely interesting. I did. It's amazing to me. Let me send this out to everybody here, and I'll give folks a chance to come on in, and I'm going to explain to you what we learned. We set out. It's amazing. Life is amazing, right? You set out to do something, and it might even be to fix a pool pump. I got to tell you that story. Holy mackerel! You set out to do something, and you're convinced you got it right, and only you don't, and you wind up learning something else, right? And it helps no matter what it is, whether you're fixing a pool pump, whatever the subject is, and certainly in the realm of trading. And so let me send this out to everybody, and this little video that we just made for the overnight action, and I will be back and explain to you what we learned and what we're doing this week in hopes that it might help you. And you always want to proceed with caution. Oops, proceed with caution, right? Always do. Um, so let me do this. We bang this out to everybody. Then I'm going to come in and see who's here. I don't actually get to see who is here, but how many are here. I don't want to be talking to myself. It's just one person. That's okay. I'll talk with you. I don't, this isn't Tucker Carlson. I don't need, 30 million people or set. That ain't happening. Let's see. Monthly, getting out to our members and folks. Now, if you haven't signed up for our you know our mailing list, do. If you don't want to be on a mailing list, just tell us. We'll take you off. No problem. These emails are meant to inspire, not harass. We have had some people like, stop it. Can't take it anymore. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to piss anybody off. But we did. And I think it was actually in earnest. The guy was just saying, I don't have the money. I'm working. I'm so frustrated that I can't do what I want to do. And I said, well, no problem. One day you will. So just, keep working at it. So he said, just take me off your list. Well, yeah, this is crazy good. Look at this, will you? What is this? This is Swing Machine on a 500 tick. Isn't that crazy? Okay. All right. So what did we learn and how did we learn it? Let me go here. All right. Susie, I'm really excited about this. She signed us up. I love listening to podcasts because I'm at the computer so much, right? So I love these long version podcasts. I listen to all kinds of things, and but she got us a subscription. It's long overdue. We had it for a little bit and they got away from audiobooks. Audiobooks. I love to read, but I don't necessarily always have the time, or I fall asleep reading. So I'm really looking forward to getting these audiobooks. I have a whole bunch of books that I want to consume, and it's like that'll be great. Can be trading and listening. to the books. All right, let's get here. Here we go. And let's retweet this out. All right. I think that's where we be. Oh, yeah, so I'll just let everybody else know we're out live too. Bear with me. I promise I'm going to tell you what we did, what we learned. Look at this, huh? How good is this? You could take the rest of the week off, but I'm not. But you could. You absolutely could. You know, the thing of it is, sometimes, I always think about this too. Not always, but um, you may be closer than you ever realize, right? Isn't that crazy? I mean, you just never know in life, right? How fateful life can be. I mean, you might just be, just a few trades away from changing your entire trading life. And wouldn't it be a shame that if you quit and you're just a couple of trades away, you'll never know. You'll never know. I never quit. I don't on anything. Uh, and sometimes I suppose I should. I could tell you, everyone wants to know this story. I got it later. I'll tell you the pool pump story. Oh my God. Got a lesson there. When you try to do something that you think is simple and you're not changing pool pumps every day, all the time. And I thought, well, I can do that, honey. God. Uh, I'll have to tell you. But, all right, let me retweet this. It's me. Hey, Don. Hey, Frederick. How are you? Good to see you. Frederick, I think you're going to find this really, really interesting. Um, and let me tell you how we backed into this. And we do have new tools. I promise. I got the pivot information to go out. It's got to go out this week, the beta version. All right. Good to see you, Frederick. Last week, we set this view up with Swing Machine. And we set up 200, 300, 500, 700, 1100, 1300 tick. Now I set it up. Now a tick in with a futures contract means a transaction. It doesn't mean a singular contract. You can't move the NASDAQ futures a tick with just one contract. But if you put in 100, I'd have to grok this, but if you put in like 100 ticks, 100 contracts, you could actually move the market about a tick. I think that's what it says. Now it may be different, but it's going to be like that. So the point being, when we set this at a tick level, I don't want you to think it's a singular contract that's going through. No. Could be hundreds, could be thousands. So in some respects, it's really not a tick, it's transactions. Not quite volume, but similar to volume, right? Similar. Because if you got it at 200 transactions, then there could be a number, of contracts going through. It's going to be less than if it's 1,300 transactions. Make sense? So the thought being is that maybe it's a little bit more meaningful. It will reflect time and speed, but maybe it's a little bit more meaningful than just using time. That's the idea. So when I set out to do it last week, I said, well, what should I, and I haven't done this in a while at the tick level, what should I put in? Now, I didn't want it to be totally arbitrary, but you might say, well, that's arbitrary. And you know what it was or is? I just used prime numbers 2, 3, 6, 7, 11, and 13. That's all. Maybe I could have used some Fibonacci's, but I used prime and I added 2 zeros, and those are prime. Those are the first 7 prime numbers. Now, I don't think there's anything, I don't think so. I don't think there's anything, super secret about that or super anything, but why not? And that's what I did. So last week, we were trading Swing Machine in a fashion that we don't usually show on YouTube, and we were trading this half of Swing Machine on Panic and Fear, which we will do later. But I was eager to start this week because one of the things that I noticed was when I had all these tick levels, the 5 to 700, particularly the 500, seemingly seemed to be up on Swing Machine the most of the time. These were a little noisy. These were a little less money. This little toe went to market, right? This little toe. But in the belly, they seem to be up the most and maybe more stable. So I thought, well, next week, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to wait on the counter trading because we do like to trend trade. So last night, and that's why I put yellow around here, we went to a chart. We set up 500 ticks. We armed Swing Machine. I didn't put any profit targets in there. I could have done some stuff. The test results looked interesting, but I'm like, I could come in and I could grab this trade if I chose to, and that's what we did. And this will we be. So we had one trade overnight for $4,776, and then just a moment ago, 80, 80, 500 ticks or 80, 500. No, I can't even say transactions because again, it could be thousands of contracts. It is thousands, but it happened to be at 9:32. The bitch went long, and I thought we were selling down. I thought it was going to continue, but it didn't. And now for the second trade, we are now up $3,200. So we are up. How much? Over $8,000. Okay, that works. That works. That works. If you had done it with a micro, you'd be up 800. The bigger point is, we definitely, I hope and Frederick's gone through the Q school. Frederick knows. Everyone has gone through. We do not discourage you from experimenting, from being curious, from pushing the envelope. It's how we get better. It's how we all get better. It's how we learn. We just suggest that you go slow, that you go about and do it in a process that makes sense. And that's why I explained to you how this came to be, right? Kind of backed into it. Now, maybe we have members like going to tell me, Don, you dummy, I've been doing that for the last 5 years. I wish you'd told me. Maybe you did and I didn't hear it. I don't know. But there was something about this when I put them all on. And I'm looking here and I'm like, who is up the most? And last week, it was this 5 to 700 area. That's where it was. Not in here. Now, you could still do okay in here. You still do okay. But this was in the belly. Now, that might change this week, but we're off to a pretty nice start right now. And so I guess the larger point is to be curious. We encourage you to be curious, inquisitive. We encourage you to be skeptical. I'm skeptical, very skeptical. I try not to be cynical, but So I think there's a line there. But so I just wanted to share it with you, and we're going to let you watch, and we're going to see how it does. Now, if I do any intervention, I'll let you know. Couple of things too. Last week was the CME challenge. I didn't get a chance to. If you got any questions on this, let me know. Let me know. Um, Now, I don't know if you went to a different market if these levels would be appropriate or not. I don't know. I'd probably start there so you could have a page with gold and with silver and ES and maybe have them the same. Maybe that makes sense. I mean, it's beautiful to wake up to a $4,700 trade. Um, what was I going to say? Um, oh, the CME challenge. We didn't get a chance to really, really work it hard last week. I just couldn't. We were very, very busy at this time of the year, between our trading and Q schools and wrapping up, and so I just didn't. And I really wish it was automated. However, they gave you $25,000. There were about 3,000 registrants, anyways. Not everybody traded, but about 3,000. It ended on Friday at 1 o'clock. Friday at about 9:45, we were ranked 66. That's the highest we got. Our account went from 20 for the week, 25,000 to 40. Now, a couple of things. I wouldn't have traded our real money in the fashion that I traded with the CME. I wouldn't have. Um, with the CME, it's a game. It's a fair game because everyone's at the same level. Here's another $4,000 trade. This is crazy. So, and in order to make any money and bragging rights, you got to win it. So when you're trading like this, I'm not in competition with Frederick. I'm not out to beat Frederick. Frederick's not out to beat me. He's out to make money. So we're not in competition with anybody, which is a nice thing. But during the CME challenge, you are. So it encourages maximum use of leverage, and which is not what we teach, but that's what we. So I just want everyone to know that. So and it's all week. So at around 9:45 on Friday, we're ranked 66. The top guy was like around 90,000. We're at 40. So I didn't think I could catch him. And I had stuff that I had to do. I couldn't automate it. And I verbalized it because we saw Swing Machine doing what? On this view, we saw it going long. And I had a decision to make. Do I kill the short at 40,000? Now, if you had done this with real money, you would have just quit and called it a day, called it a week, right? But, but we wanted to try to win the thing. I mean, I wasn't playing for just to finish 65. What difference does that make? Really, right? We know what we can do. I think you guys know what we can do. We've done this now so many times on the CME challenge. I mean, it can't be chance at this point. I mean, we've done, competed now with thousands, tens of thousands of other traders and have been in the top, 1%, 5%. I think the worst is like 10%. Um, so the decision I had to make was, do we stay with what I think is the trend down until 1 o'clock, or do I go for the counter? And balls to the wall, put the whole thing on the counter. And it was so tempting. Um, but I only had to 1 o'clock. And I guess so I stayed with I stayed with what I thought would be the trend. But when I stop and think about it now, with only 3 hours to go, if I was going to catch them, the only way I was going to catch them at that point was to go with the counter. Makes sense, right? I didn't think that through. I don't normally have to think that way, but if I was going to try to catch the people that were up there, had I taken the counter at 9:45, killed the long, I had 40 grand. I plowed that into the counter trade, by 1 o'clock, we would have been in the top five, and we very well may have won it because the market rallied like crazy. So, in any case, and then because the market rallied and I stayed with the trend, where did we finish for the week? $25,100. That's where it finished, and I finished. Yeah, so we didn't finish in the top 10 this time. We didn't. We were there, but so we didn't. We finished at 600 something. That was the net of it. So um, there's an aspect to the CME challenge that we don't face day in day out, and I'm determined to win the son of a bitch. Um, and this is like, you should have gone with the counter. I'm like, well, yeah, but if it was real money, you would have just taken it off and killed it. So, any case, um, if anyone's got any questions on what we've done here, we made a video. We just posted the video. So we may have members, we may have some annual members, and we posted the video on how and why we did this. And we did it all of last week. We were doing something else. We were trading counter trades. But I noticed that in the belly here, namely 5 to 700 ticks, these guys were really doing well. They were very stable, doing really well. So this week I decided, you know what? We're going to come in and we're going to automate that 500 tick level. So I won't repeat it, but if anyone's got any questions, I will repeat it if you got any questions on why we did what we did. The other story is the pool pump story, if you want to hear it. A week ago, our pool stops working, and I got some extra leaves in there. Obviously, the pool pump has gone bad, right? Pool's been running. I got some leaves. They maybe got clogged in the filter. The thing overheated. I got a busted pool pump, obviously. So I say to Susie, I'm a manly man. I can fix the pool pump, honey. I don't need to call the pool company. I can fix it. How hard can that be? So I order a pool pump. Well, I've never changed the pool pump before. So, long story short, maybe I should tell you the whole story, but I kill all the power. I watch a video or two, and I take I disconnect the old pool pump, and I put the new one in, right? A little bit harder than just that, bolts, seals, lube, and I put it in. And I flip the switch, and nothing. No power. I'm like, what? So the contact points must not be right. So I have to take the thing all apart, look at the contact points again, put it in. What? No, I got them right. I even go and I check with the pool guy. He would let me come in. Yeah, you got it right. I come back, I reassemble it. Thing doesn't power up. Now I'm thinking, oh shit, man. I mean, I got a breaker in the garage. I got a breaker at the pool, and I can hear power powering the little timer, so I can hear power there. But it just took another profit there. Do you see that? That is a beautiful thing there, kids. While we're talking, 8 grand, two trades, 8,119, and it's on this one. Let's see how she does. I did not put that in. She did. So I I'm like, what in the world? Now I'm a little shy of electricity, right? I don't want to get electrocuted, and I'm not. It's not something you work with every day, right? And so I'm thinking, well, I must have a bad breaker. I mean, it has to be, right? I mean, But when you think about it, maybe not. So, in any long story short, I pull the breaker, I go and I buy a breaker and I put the breaker in. Still doesn't work. I'm like, what in the world? Maybe. And then I'm like, I better go get a voltmeter. So now I got to go buy a voltage meter. And I confirmed that there's voltage going to the timer. I'm like, well, there's the voltage, but it's not going to the contact points at the motor. It's only a simple wire. And I inspect the wire going through a conduit. I'm like, it couldn't have broken. Wasn't. So I'm stymied. And so I ended up thinking, well, and then I flipped the switch on the timer in the one of the poles that should have had power. I didn't. I'm like, oh shit, it's the switch. So I kill all the power, take the timer off the wall, and I was going to get a new timer. And I watched the YouTube video, and they said, wow, there's two little contact points. Sure enough, sure enough, there's a couple little contact points in the back of the timer that aren't touching. Two little magnets. I take a little piece of black tape, ball it up, force the connection, and voila! Now I've got I got power. So now I get this new pool pump that I probably don't need. It's never run. It never was the pool pump. So now I disconnect the new one. I put the old one back in, and voila, the bitch is running. Donnie, you so smart. You a manly man. You can do husbandly things around the house. Well, not so fast. Not so fast. Do you think I could get that bitch to prime? How hard could that be? I couldn't get that motor to prime. I just couldn't. It was running, but it wouldn't prime with water. And I'm like, I'm taking this thing on and off and in. I'm embarrassed to tell you how many hours. Why didn't I just? Now I just want to finish. I'm like, I, in fact, I get a call. They'll kind of call them because I had a backup appointment for them to come on Wednesday. I'm like, I'm gonna get this damn thing figured out. And I couldn't get it to prime. So I take the dog out for a walk on the lawn. She takes a crap, and I go to drop off the crap in a bucket. And what do I see in the driveway? But and I had a little staging area. I must have tilted it, and one of the seals slipped off the damn thing, the motor. So I had to take it apart again. And in taking it apart and hooking this thing back up, if you've ever done this, isn't the easiest thing in the world, right? It's not like two set screws and remove the motor. I mean, you got to remove the wires, you got to shut the power down. It is a royal pain. And I take it off, I put the seal back in, and I'm happy to tell you today the pool is running with the old motor. And after hours and hours of screwing around, not having the right tools, not knowing what I didn't know. Fortunately, I didn't electrocute myself. I could have fixed it with a simple, like a penny piece of balled up black tape. In the end, it's going to cost me, I don't know, 75 or 80 bucks. I could have had a service call. But I guess the lesson is um, sometimes, sometimes things are not what you think they are, right? And it's just maybe experience. I don't work with the pool pump day in, day out. I'll never probably do it again. I've never had to do it before. I probably should have called the pool company. In hindsight, I definitely should have. They probably would have, they probably still would have. They probably, I don't think so. They're pretty honest people, but I was gonna say maybe they would have sold me another pump. But that's my skepticism, right? Um, so that was my pool pump story. I'd like to tell you that it's the first time that that sort of thing has happened, but it isn't. It isn't. Um, it's so in trading, to bring it full circle, um, it doesn't have to be that hard. It doesn't. You may only be a little piece of balled up black tape away from, you know, being underway. It might be that, it might be, it just might be your 500, 700 tick right here, kiddos. I mean, you're seeing this real time. We're up for the day here, 10 grand. I'm Bagger Don. This is not pool time with Bagger. It isn't. But Susan just like she still said, "Oh, you are so manly. You fix everything around." She was very, very nice about it. She could have been like, "Oh God, I think I hopefully you guys know or don't know. Don't, But I was very caught, but I did learn how to use a voltage meter and so I had to learn that, right? And I didn't want to learn how to use it. I didn't want to, I didn't, I knew that I probably should. That was the other part of it is I knew that I probably should get a voltage meter and I should test it, but I was shying away from it. And, and I didn't. I don't know if I would have caught the problem or not. I don't know if I would have had enough, savvy to do that, but I should have, right? But I do now, and as a result of doing what I did, cost me a lot of time. Didn't in the end it cost me that much, but it cost me time. But I did learn, and so if I had to put in my pool pump or I had to help you with a pool pump, I could do it for sure. And although I'm sure there's other aspects of changing the pool pump, the things that I never even thought of. Stock Market Caddy isn't an apprenticeship. It's a mentorship. We're out to show you what we're doing and how we're doing it, and share with you the tools to help save you time, to help save you some pain. Then the rest of it though will be up to you. You will be doing it yourself. And that's what we're trying to facilitate. That doesn't work for everybody. I get it. And unfortunately, we're not unfortunately, it's by design. We don't manage anyone's money. It isn't it just isn't worth it to us, right? I mean, unless you have, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, I guess then it is worth it. I guess you'd be a billionaire, Don. I, I'm, I'm not trying to be a billionaire. We have a great life, right? We have a great life, and I'm not trying to do that. But maybe you do. Maybe you do. Maybe you want to be. And you may have more time to get that done. You know, um, Time can't be bought, can't be sold, but it can be wasted. But isn't this a beautiful thing? So this is now, we had a $385 drawdown. We had an 1813. I could close this. And we are up since 11 p.m. It's not even 11 now, 12 hours, 10,000 bucks. And I think, you know, I hope the other our annual members get the video and take a peek at it. I hope they punch it up. Now, I don't know, I watched it all of last week. I wouldn't make a video on it if it was just like a one-day affair, but last week it was beautiful, man. It was like in the belly. See what I mean by the belly? See, this one's up you would expect this one only to be up 400, right? And and we get this one, it's only up 600. This is larger, right? But this is probably more stable than that one. This one's going to trade a lot more. In fact, we could put the trade count up, right? Watch what I mean. So let me do that. We do this to hide, not hide, but to save room. So let's put in the trade counter. Long trades, add, then the short trades. All right, so we're going to get to see. This is what I mean. So, see, this one's had 8 longs and 11 shorts since 4. So it's much more active. I don't really want to be that much active. But look, see, but in here, these are less active. Okay, so they're less active, but which one is making more money? My observation was, I said to Susie, it's these two, this one and this one. So which one do I want to run? One of these two. Maybe I could have split it, made it, 600. But that's how I got here. Now you have to have the program, right? I'm going to get these out of here. You got to have the program, but I've never, and this is, I mean, Jesus, how many hours, it's just, there's just so many possibilities, and we're doing so many different things that every day or every week or every month we still continue to learn. And it is what it is. And we share it with you, and we share it with our members. And I mean, this is phenomenal, folks. This is phenomenal. We have this is trade number 3. Do you still plan to have a real-time feed? Yes, Frederick. Yes. 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 I'm embarrassed to say yes. Would you like that? Yep. 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 We yeah, in what we yes. I'm a little embarrassed about that because we got swamped. We used to do the live Zoom feeds, and and members could patch in and see that, and that's instantaneous. Um, we could get back to do that. Yeah, would like it. Yes. Um, so that's what we used to do, and then we moved to a new tool that this is coming through. What do they call it? Not Stream, not StreamYard, but Streamlabs. And what we wanted to do is patch this or feed it live into the website. So yes, and I'm just behind on the learning. I have to learn that tool, and I will. So it'll be this year. I'll put it that way. We're into November. We will have that back. Yep, yep. I'm a little red faced on it because um, it was something I thought we were going to have much earlier. Back up, so we can. Um, and even when I stop and think about it, I'll talk to Susie too later today. We can always, even in the short term, bring the Zoom feed back up and give you the Zoom feed. Because on YouTube, you're on delay, and on the live feed, it would be live. So, yeah, we'll do it, Frederick. And yep, thank you. All right. All right, so and I could jump in here, but I'm gonna let her run. I mean, we got a nice thing going here. So, any questions? Let me know. Um, there's another one. This crazy. This is great. This is crazy good here, kids. Look at this. Now, you're very welcome. They say I'm a little red-faced, Frederick, because um, there's so many things that we're working on, and that is one. So that's okay. um, Now, if I hadn't set this up this way, I don't know if it would have helped me see what I needed to see in the belly here. Right? Now we do want to, we're gonna let you watch. Okay, so she took the first losing trade there. So that's going to give us an opportunity to calculate the profit factor. So let's go get it. And let's see here. Okay, she just flipped again. She's getting a little mixed here. So let me go get the profit factor. This is going to be since Sunday. Put this back. Generate. There it is. So our profit factor is, since last night, 13.62. 13.62. Our percent profitable is 60%. And percent of time in the market, well, that we're going from one side to the other. So that's yeah, not. Average time in trade is 1 hour and 7 minutes, 1 hour and 52. So pretty stable. Really beautiful, beautiful trades there. Really pretty. Hey, Abby. It's my dog. Okay, so I'm going to be nearby. Got work that we're working on. We're gonna let you watch. If you've got any questions about what we're doing and why we're doing it this way, we did make a video earlier this morning to share with you how we got here. You're welcome to watch it. Right now, since last night, the profit factor is running about 13 to 14. 13 to 14 profit factor. We just need to be above 1 to be profitable. Above 3 is great. When we start doing 13, 14, that's nice, nice. And we'll let you watch. We're running 1NQ on a 500 tick bar, which is 500 transactions, not 500 contracts. They're going to be thousands of contracts. It's a swing machine strategy. Beginning weekly balance was 39,706 at last night at 11 p.m. We're currently up, about 9 to 10,000, and I haven't intervened once, and the machine is running that 500 tick level. Right now we can. Okay, so she's taken a couple of whipsaws. We can come in. You could be coming in, right? If you wanted to come in and make your 85 or 70 bucks, you could intervene. I'm not going to do that right now. Um, we're going to let it run. But you could. You could. And in the video, we explain how we kind of backed into this. And the crazy thing is, and now I got Ted. Ted, what's going on? We set out last week to do something different in terms of using this side of Swing Machine trading counters. And I set up a tick level and I used prime numbers. Nothing super fancy there, but I used 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, and 13, and then just added a couple of zeros to get the transaction levels. While we were doing this side manually, so we were trying to trade this manually and trying to get on paper a concept that we could program, which we still will, I kept noticing that over here, the trend side of Swing Machine, that the 500 to 700 tick level seemed to be very stable and seemed to be very profitable. And so I think I commented last week on YouTube on it, and I certainly brought it to Susie. I'm like, Susie, I can see, you would expect this to be very fast. You would expect this to be less fast, but in here in the belly, these are very profitable. And they are, again, even well, this one is now 23, this one isn't. So but so it was kind of a flip of the coin between the two. Maybe I should have just split them at 600. But so when we came in this week, I said, you know what? Let's just park our counter trading for the moment, and let's get that 500 tick level on Swing Machine, and let's get that thing powered up. And that's what we did, and that's what it's doing. That it's absolutely, and we made this thing. We have had this thing for years. We have had, quite a few members that have this. Yes, we have had people set it on tick levels, but to my knowledge, I never did this to visually pick up where it should be. And so I set out to do something over here, and we were doing very well, and I want to get back to what we're doing over here. But I'm just looking at it like, son of a bitch. So I'm pleased thus far. I mean, wouldn't be a bad little week, right? 10 grand. It's 11 to 11. I can go work on the pool again. No, I'm kidding. By the way, I did that work in the pool at night, under light as well. So I'm not gonna do that. We got way too much here. And Frederick asked us, so for the benefit of our annual members as well, we used to, and I just got caught in between a live Zoom feed for the benefit of our annual members. So we're either going to go back to that here, or the other plan was to send the live feed into the website for the annual members. That aspect I have to also learn. The tool that we're using isn't Zoom, it's a different tool. I have to learn it more. I know it already, we're using it now. So I got to do that, but we are going to bring that back up one way or the other. We're going to give you the live Zoom feed. So I apologize. Also, we have a beta program that we had been working on, that I alluded to over the last few weeks, and that is also going to go out, and it's on the pivots. Now I think we'll make a video around that. I think I think it's fine in and of itself, but I think it will also help as a filter. But we'll get everybody that too. All right. We'll let you watch. Good stuff, though. Now we could intervene, right? You could come in and if it was on your desktop, and just take it down. Frederick has this, so Frederick, you could have this. You could set this up in 5 minutes. We're not going to impact each other, right? Our members aren't. These markets are way too deep. It takes 100 contracts to move the Nasdaq a singular tick. So I'm not trading 100 contracts, and we can't hurt each other. The markets are too deep, too liquid at this hour. At this hour, if it was at nighttime or off hours, well, then you got to be concerned with liquidity. We'll let you watch. Thank you, Frederick. I also, one of the tools I wanted to be able to do is I wanted to see if I could pump in sound. I tell you what, I won't do it now. If I do that too, and you hear the orders going in, you guys could hear it order filled and think it's your machine. So I won't do that yet. But this tool of Streamlabs, is pretty sophisticated tool. I wish it was just like a plug and play. StreamYard is like a plug and play, and um, but this one's pretty sophisticated, and but we're gonna get it. We're gonna get better, better, better. Now I'm going to let her run for the folks that are here. And so she's pulling off of her high water mark on the account. We won't let it go under, but I am going to let it run. As a trader, and you have a program like this, it's in your hands, right? You're probably not gonna do exactly the same thing on Monday that you're gonna do on Thursday or Wednesday. I won't even, right? So you still have decisions to make on what you want to do. Um, One of the things that we want to be able to do here is what we were working on last week was this side of Swing Machine. I want to have I want to have the power in your hands to go after the trend, and I also want to give you the power to go after the counter trend. And with a push of a button, you can go from one to the other, right? Um, as the market begins to oscillate here, and doing what it's doing, even the trend, as fast as it is, and it's not even that fast, is going to be maybe a little bit tougher. So maybe you could flip a switch and play the counter trends, right? So um, we have a lot to do. I have, Susan has. We have a lot to do. And we have a lot planned for, well, hopefully the end of the year, but going into next year, we absolutely do. And including some overhauls on websites and whatnot. Maybe not as impactful to you, but it will be impactful to us. And and but we will continue to build. And what we're building are proprietary trading tools to empower you to extract cash flow from the money flow. That's it. No fuss, no muss. And get it done. Shut it down and go do something else with your day. Listen to some audiobooks, read some books, walk your dogs, do your thing, live your life. You know, where I'm here all the time because I want to be and I love what we do, and I am, right. But Susie's, doing all kinds of things and beyond the trading realm, right. But this is my passion. Susan likes to do it, but it's not, well, it is a passion, but maybe not to the same extent, right. And that's okay, totally okay. And um and that was why, I mean, Stock Market Academy came out of the ground, years after we got started, simply because I was bored and I wanted to have folks to talk to and to share. I definitely did. I mean, that's why I did it, and we'll always do it. And we're finishing what is going to be one of our best years ever for Stock Market Academy, and I thank you. I thank everybody. It's really remarkable. It's incredible. And I would do it if there was just one person, because I love doing it. So, any case. So, stay tuned. And and I still, even here, let's get an update on the profit factor because it's had some losses. Let's go get them. Bear with me. Let me go get them. There it is. And let's get the profit factor. We were at 13, probably come down. I'm sure it has. Yeah, so we're at 3.18. All right, so we've come back to earth a little bit, and but still 3.18 is means we're making $3.18 for every dollar expended. That's a beautiful thing. I mean, you stay in that realm, and that's just nirvana. Nirvana. Okay, so I'm just going to share with you, right? So she's oscillating, right? So she's not getting the sustained trend that she got overnight, and that happens, right? You can't avoid that. But we could make adjustments. What might we do? Well, one of the things that we could do is drop down and start running the 200 and start scalping this. We could. I'm not going to. I'm going to stay put. But you could. That would be okay to do. Um, the other thing that we could do is trade this side of swing machine and start taking the counter trends. You absolutely could do that. We're going to work on an automated process. By the way, swing machine is just one tool of 60, 70 of these tools. That's our flagship, but we're going to be making it hopefully even more powerful, right? So just want you to know. So we're getting some oscillations. You can see it on your screen. We can see it here in the performance, but you can't avoid chop, but you have to know, when to make those adjustments, right? And we talked about that even on on Friday with the CME challenge. The good thing here is though that we can automate. I don't have to be, I don't have to suffer carpal tunnel syndrome and a whole lot of stress. Um, you know, reading red candle, green candle, moving average this, moving average that. I mean, that'll drive you to drink. Bag it, don't drink. So we'll see how it works out. Okay, so she just oscillated back. Any questions? Let me know. If anyone has any questions, we made an earlier video on what we did and how we got here and what we're doing. So I'm assuming that maybe folks have seen that are stopping in. So I don't want to keep repeating. But if anyone is stopping in and saying, Don, what is it you're doing and why? Um, don't hesitate, and I'll happy to explain that. Okay. Otherwise, we'll just let you watch. Any questions? Let us know. Okay. Question. So kind of a question. Keeping it real. So it's on the swing machine, but we're trading scalps as we're moving sideways. Chop. You have a scalp strategy too, where it's just going to scalp the sideways chop. Yes, I mean we have dozens of of tools, and you get to decide what you want to run and how you want to run and in what market. Um, what we're trading, what you're looking at here is our product called the Swing Machine Plus. And we've had this for years, right? This isn't something that was developed in the last 6 months, 6 years. We've had it for years. But we are doing something a little different here. But this is what's running. This is the primary trade signal of Swing Machine Plus here. This is this little area here. And it seeks trend. It's seeking trend. What is different here, despite the fact that we've had this for years, and we've certainly run it on tick levels before, but last week we did something that just a little different. We ended up putting in 200, 300, all these different tick levels, which happen to be prime numbers, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, and 15. And in this case, the tick level, it isn't a singular transaction. It isn't a singular contract. You can't move a futures contract one tick with one contract. It takes about 100 of them. So every tick could be 100 or so contracts, every tick. So it's kind of so when you use the tick level, it's kind of like using volume to a certain extent, but I think of it in terms of transactions. So it might be, the thought is that it's a little bit more meaningful than maybe time, right? So we can certainly use time too, which we ordinarily do. Now, when we set this up, we weren't trading this side last week. We were trading this side. And we're going to come back to it. And we're doing something specific, or we're examining something specific to offer. This side of Swing Machine would be for the counter trader, for trading the chop, right? And we did it very successfully last week, but we're testing out some ideas and some theories about trying to automate it. We may even combine the two. I mean, but I don't want anyone to think you can't know when a market is going to go in or out of chop, and you can't avoid it. And there is a trade-off. And the trade-off is if you trade the chop, which you can do, you're going to trade more frequently. You're going to have smaller wins, and you are going to have to work harder, and the machine is going to have to work harder. If you're doing it by machine, most people are doing it by hand, and that's where you'll be. If you go after the trend, you won't have as high of a winning percentage, but you'll make more money, and you won't work as hard. But one cannot know when you're in. You know once you're in, but you don't know when it's going to leave or end, right? On either side, right? On either side. Now there are some markers that we're always observing and always looking to program to be able to offer some sort of integration where the machine could be making these types of decisions. Because if the machine can make more of the decisions, you can have more of a life, is the idea. But I don't want anyone to think that you just don't have to have acquired trading skill. I mean, you do. Now, what we noticed, this is for keeping it real. Last week when we were focused over here, I was keeping a casual eye over here too. I wasn't trading it, but I was watching. And what I saw was this. Let me get a marker. What I saw, and I saw it in a way that I had never seen before, despite the fact that we've done this for years. So this is what's crazy, right? You do something for years. And so what I saw was that these two in here, these two, they seem to be getting into more profitable trades, larger trades than these or these. we'll see if it happens again. And I was like, huh. It appears to be that the belly, the at least for last week in the market we were in, the 600 to 700 tick level seemed to be getting into these big, fat, stable trades. Now, that's not what I was trading. I was doing this over here, but I was watching this. And so I said to Susie, and explaining it now, I said, well, you know what? Next week, we can continue with this. Susie's got it on her machine, and we're continuing to pursue some work over here. But you know what? Let's just fire up the 500 tick and let's put it on automation, and we'll just let the machine. So all these trades that have gone on since 11 have been on the machine. I haven't done any scalping, haven't done anything. And that's what we're doing, and that's what we're watching. Um, and we're off of a high watermark, and but everyone needs to understand. I hope you do. Um, it is not possible to pick the very high of a market and the low of the market every single trade on every single interval. It is not possible. You can't hit a perfect golf shot every single time, right? Not even Tiger Woods, right? It's not possible. But it doesn't mean that you can't play great golf. Just because you can't pick the high every single time and the low every single time on every single trade doesn't mean that you can't be a successful trader. They don't tell you that. I do. So you don't have to do that. But if you expect to do that and you're going to put yourself under the gun to do that, well, then you're going to probably be very, very frustrated because that isn't what we're doing. That isn't. Um, when you think about that, and if if you're grappling with it and you want to talk it through, feel free to give me a call and we can talk it through intellectually. But it isn't going to happen, folks, unless you are, you're getting the order flow. But even then, you're probably not. You're going to have an edge, but but nobody else is getting the order flow in advance. Other than maybe Citadel of the world and those guys, right? They're in the club and we're not, right? And most aren't. But once you understand that part, and if you accept that, then the next segment is also true, and that is your account value on a trading session is going to fluctuate too. You're not going on every single day. So, for instance, just a few moments ago, our account was at 50,000, went from 39 to 50. Now our account's at 44. It's not possible to always capture the very high of your account value on every single trading session. Right? But Don, why didn't you stop it? Well, I didn't know that short term that was going to be the high. Maybe it was going to go to 60, right? So you don't know. But you're still free to say, you know what, that's enough for me. That's enough, right? If you, I mean, you don't have to eat the whole box of ice cream that I can sometimes do. But, you can just scoop out a bowl. You can maybe go back for a second bowl, but you don't have to eat the whole thing at one sitting, right? So that's also needs to be ingrained. You need to learn this. You need to think it through. You need good tools, but then you need to execute. You need to accept that. Think about it rationally in your brain so that you can, trade ideally without emotion. right? Makes sense? All right, I hope so. All right, so that's, but you know, we have, but this is only one tool, right? This is, Swing Machine is just one tool. We have about 70 tools, and all of our members have everything, and they're all doing different things, and so we wanted to share. And if you go and watch the video, we explain what we did last week and how we got here. And you know, I had the tool for years. We designed the tool. We have set it at tick levels, three of them. But I never put it on one, two, three, four, five, six. I never put it on six. And no, I never did that. And I never put them on with an eye like, okay, well, where, what appears to be the best level for the market I'm in. I never did that. Just never did it. And it's pretty interesting. And so that's how we came to do what we did today. Does that make sense? All right. All right, let me clear that some of this writing here. Um, there we go. And you get to start your day when you want to start your day. You can end your day when you want to end your day. You get to start your week. I think you should start your day early. I think you should start your week early. I think you should end your day early. I think you should end your week early. Early bird gets the worm. Also, you have a much better life. We want you to have a really good trading life, but I want you to have a life, right? I mean, you know, I mean, I'm here all the time. You say, well, Don, how come you're here all the time? How come, well, I'm not saying that you can't, but, but I choose to be, right? This is what I want to do, right? I have to steal myself away to go play golf. I have to steal myself away to go fly fishing or, steal myself away to fix a pool pump because I want to be here. I want to be doing this. It is extremely satisfying. It is a hoot. And to be able to share it with you and so you can see it, it's like, I don't know. I mean, it's like, a proud mama showing off her baby. Let me see my baby in the baby carriage. Beautiful baby. So I like showing my baby. This is a beautiful baby. This baby's still growing too, by the way. It has over 600 lines of code to it, and it's growing. And what we're going to do, you got a glimpse last week, and we're going to come back later this week. We're going to be trading this side of it for counter trading, but we have some designs and some plans to maybe further enhance that, and then maybe even further integrate the two. That makes sense? All right. And there's a lot that we can do. We cannot, on a chart at a tick level, the unfortunate part is at a tick level, we cannot fully integrate all six time frames because it's at a tick level. We can only do one. But we could set up six charts to kind of play off of each other. We could do something like that. We still have to think that through. So we're just staying here. So that's when you begin to move from checkers to chess to, 3D chess or 6D chess. But if we moved it to a second level, a time level, and use seconds, maybe, then we can actually integrate, six time frames. What and how we might do there, I'm still not sure. I'm still not sure. So we'll watch this and we're just gonna let the bugger run. All right. So wait to the good. I mean, this is a very fine trading session. 39,706 to 45. That's 4 or 5 grand off of a high watermark. We're not doing this to hand out the fish. We're not doing this so that you can be you're on delay of about 40,000 milliseconds. That's a lot because of YouTube. It's 40 seconds. There are 1,000 milliseconds to a second 1,000. TradeStation is delivering to us and to everyone the price data in about 10 to 12 milliseconds. So we're all getting it at virtually the same time. Now, other high frequency guys have things collated in big machines right next to the exchanges and getting them in microseconds. Yeah, probably so. Probably so. But we're not doing that, but they probably are. Um, you don't get to build those big $500 million homes and everything. So, but to put it in perspective, though, the blink of an eye. So they're delivering this price data in 10 to 12 milliseconds. YouTube is delaying your view of this by 40 seconds or 40,000 milliseconds. The blink of an eye, though. So we're getting the data in 10 to 12 did I say? Yeah, milliseconds. The blink of an eye is 400 to 600 milliseconds. How does TradeStation offer spot instruments? I don't understand. I don't know what you mean by spot instruments. I don't understand. Sorry. You can try me again. Um, I mean, they're delivering the data feed, right? Um, but I am doing spot futures arbitrage now. What do you mean by spot futures arbitrage? I don't understand. So I'm sorry. What are you doing? But not getting spot and future under one roof. Um, I'm still not understanding what you mean by spot. I mean, you're talking real time? I mean, when you say spot, I just think real time. I mean, so I don't know. I learn something new every day, so I'm all ears. Um, Spot means, oh, or gold. Spot means. Oh, I understand. Um, I would refer to that as pairs trading. Pairs trading? Gold to the dollar? Is that what you mean? So we just make sure I'm on the same page as you. So you can certainly do that. I mean, and we spot gold futures contract. Spot gold. Let me I've just never heard it described that way. Spot is a okay. So I'm learning here. Is a CFD contract. Okay. Maybe I should know that, and I don't. So you can search on Google. I will. So let me. I'm just going to go to Grok for a minute. So no problem. Um, Doing this a long time, but I don't know everything. Um, what is spot future contract trading mean? I'm just going to ask it. I don't know. All right. So this is from Grok. Spot trading. Buying or selling an asset immediately at the current price, the spot price, be real time. Settlement happens right away. 1 to 2 ownership. So that's what I mean by it. Futures, an agreement to buy or sell. All right, so I'm not really seeing. It's kind of. I think it's. But I'm going to plug in your symbol here. So I'm thinking that I think we're talking about the same thing. It may be a difference without a distinction here, but maybe not. So let me go get your. Whoops, sorry. Spot is a CFD contract. You can search Google. Spot gold future contract. Yeah, I think so. Um, I think we're talking about the same thing. So let me just make sure that I CFD contract. I think we're. What country are you in, if I can ask? Oh, okay. It stands for Contract for Difference. No, this is something a little different. All right, so I get it. CFD stands for Contract for Difference. It is a popular derivative trading instrument that lets you speculate on the price movement of an asset, stocks, indices, commodities, forex, without ever owning the underlying asset. How a CFD works. You think Tesla stock will go up from 420 to 450. You open a long CFD position, 100 shares. You only put down a small margin and gives you leverage. If Tesla drops, yeah, okay, CFD. High leverage. CFD. All right, well, I tell you, I'm going to have to come back to this because it opens up a whole host of questions. So, like, what is the difference between a CFD and an option? I'll have to look at it. I think it's fascinating to me. So I'm going to have to. Oh, CFD is illegal in the U.S. So that's why I don't know it. Yeah, we would have to trade. So I don't know where you are. Yeah, it's illegal in the U.S. Ah, spot and exchange. If you arbitrage between futures, it's called a calendar arbitrage. I live in Kuwait. Okay, that's cool. I get it. You know, there is something maybe similar to that available in the U.S. called binary options. You know, you bet high, you bet low type thing intraday too. They have that, but yeah, CFD we don't have it here. So I didn't know. I'm not familiar with it. But you know, but but if you live in Kuwait, let me just say this, and you wanted to have our product because we can put gold in here, right? We can put anything in here. We can put gold, U.S. dollar, anything in here. Um, but you would need to know contracts are generally traded in forex. Get it? I get it. High leverage. I get it. Um, so, for instance, I don't want to change these now, but I don't. It wouldn't impact the thing. But we can put in gold. We can put in the dollar. We can put in anything. But the question you would have to ask is, do you have in Kuwait the trade station? In CDF, you do not own the underlying asset. Sure. Yep. And you don't own it with an option either, right? Yeah. It's similar to an option. I don't know. Yeah, but in options you own the underlying. I don't think you do. No, I don't think you do. But let me go look here before I say something incorrect here. Um, I just asked Grok that very question. No, you do. No, you do not. Even according to Grok. Now, if you sell a covered call, yes, you own the underlying. But um, Grok's statement is, with CFD, you do not own the asset, never, and with an option, you don't own it either. Um, so it says here, if you're in the U.S. options, in zero DTEs are the closest thing you'll get to CFD style trading, with the huge bonus that your risk is capped when you're the buyer. Want me to? Yeah. So yeah, but no problem. But if you are in Kuwait and you're thinking of getting hold of binary, yeah, I'm just gonna stop there. But I got plenty. I got plenty of leverage, and I got plenty here. So, but that's cool. If a person though is in another part of the world and you're wondering, could I use Swing Machine on my desktop to trade? The first question you got to ask is, does your country allow you to have the same trade station that we have in the States? Because our products will only work on TradeStation. Now, we have no affiliation with TradeStation other than we think they're by far and away the best platform one could be using, in our view, honestly. And I'm pretty familiar with everything else. We have others, but this is our mainstay, and I have no relationship with them other than they're a phenomenal tool. Um, but not every country allows you to do it. So you would want to check, and you get to choose the symbol, you get to choose the interval, you get to choose where you go. So, if I was trading, if you were doing some spot trading, you'd and depending upon, what you doing, you would just plug them in. Makes sense. Um, Very cool though, Kuwait. That's awesome. The world is either getting bigger, or I think it's actually getting very smaller. So it's a beautiful thing. TradeStation is owned. At last check, they're based in Florida, Plantation, Florida, but they got offices in Chicago. I think probably in New York, probably all over, and they're owned by Mitsubishi Bank out of Japan. That wasn't always the case, but they are now owned by Mitsubishi Bank. But not available in every single country. Not every and even here in the States, there's tons of different brokerages, but not all of them will allow you to do what we're doing here, which we refer to as program trading, robot assisted trading, robot assisted trading. Right? Not trying to give anyone the impression that you can just plug in a robot and it's automatically going to print you money. It doesn't work that way. And we borrowed that phrase, robot assisted, from a company called Intuitive Surgical. ISRG is the symbol. And okay, the machine just took a profit there. Did you see it? And just flipped. Now you could intervene. You could go and take the 240 bucks, 340 if you wanted. I mean, you could. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to let it run. Um, so I can tell you since last night. Let me answer any question. By the way, what what is Swing Machine? Okay, that's what we're showcasing. Okay, so uh, Manish, um, Swing Machine is I can arrange TradeStation account from Dubai. Well, there you go. There you go. Swing Machine is our proprietary product, about 600 lines of code and growing that we developed years ago that operates on the TradeStation proprietary tool of theirs called Radar Screen. It we have a number of radars. We build proprietary decision making trading tools, software tools to work on the TradeStation platform. So that's what this is. Um, and we make them available to sit on your desktop as an annual member. Um, it Swing Machine in particular, I don't have I can't in service it entirely, right? It takes a couple of days, but um, to really explain it, and then it takes not that long to get acclimated to it. But is on this side here, on this side, let me get my marker here. On this side here, it's seeking trend. It's seeking trend. On this side, here and here, it's identifying counter trends. And there's only four ways to trade anything. You're either trending long, trending short, counter trend short, counter trend long. That's it. That's four things. That's all you can do. You're either, that's what you're doing. One or the other. And there are advantages to both. Where you currently, that's a great question. So what we're doing here right now is this one. You see this, we got a little star here, but this one right here. Um, the machine is trading the 500 tick level on another screen, 1NQ, and it's trading it right here, and that's what you're seeing down here. It's trading this one. You could be trading, you could be trading this one, or you could be trading, and you could be also trading time too if you wanted to trade time, right? You could. You could be trading dailies. You could be trading hourlies. You could be trading, but that's what we're doing. So it's seeking trend. I can give you the now this has been trading since 11 last night. So let me give you the trade data for just this session. And it's just this session, right? Don't every day is going to be different, right? So don't all right, so let's put this back to yesterday. All right, so we have had 15 trades. The winning percentage has gone down considerably to 26%. 26%. And our profit factor is now at 2.02. 2.02, not including the one that's up there. So that means we're making $2.02 for every dollar we lose, right? That's our profit factor. We did have a profit factor running as high as 13, then 3, and then it's come back to earth. When you are trading trend, so you may think like 26%, well, that sucks. No, no. When you're trading trend, your winning percentage normally is about 30 to 50. 30 to 50%. That's, and if folks don't know that, that's when they can be hurting themselves. So when you're seeking trend, 30 to 50% is really good, right? Provided you don't cut them off. You got to let them run. When you are counter trending, then 30 to 50% would be terrible. I don't understand, Don. Well, counter trending, the winning percentage needs to be upwards around 70 to 80%. Well, that's what I want done. Well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Why wouldn't I want to do that done? Because you have to trade more, and you don't generally speaking, you don't make as much. So when a person is reacting to the money, they are trading greed and fear, and they will lose. And when they are reacting to the money, they may be hurting themselves. They don't know if it's a trend. They don't know if it's a counter trend. They just like, oh, I made X amount of money. I'm going to take the money off. I made that money. And then that's where Wall Street and Madison Avenue own you. So this is, very well thought out. I don't come from Wall Street. I don't come from Madison Avenue. I taught surgeons how to do surgery for about 25 years. This is a surgical approach to trading. That's it. I don't manage anyone's money. I don't make specific recommendations to buy or sell a thing. We manage our own bread. We trade our own bread. And for those lucky few that somehow find us in this huge world of ours, from Kuwait to Norway to Belgium to France to Canada to, everywhere. Unfortunately, India does not. I don't think they have a trade station there. But so we have folks all, and certainly all over the U.S. And it's just us. So that's. But by all means, visit stockmarketcaddy.com and explore. And if you got questions, you can email me, and you're also welcome to call any day between the hours of 9 a.m., 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, New York time. I'm not in New York, thank God. Nope, we live in Florida. Beautiful, beautiful day right now. It's about like 75 or so. 73 is beautiful right now. This is beautiful weather we're having. That's why we live here. This time of the year, it's just awesome. And that's what we're doing. Now, could I go up there and capture that profit? I could. I don't want to. I don't want to work that hard. And what I don't know, what you don't know, is that might run up to be another 5,000 on that one trade. It might. We don't know. Never know. Now, if I was counter trading, you probably wouldn't even get to there. We'd be hitting them. What you call scalping. Everyone starts scalping probably should go the other way, should probably start trading with trend first. So we have to, everyone's got to go through what we call a Q school too. We just don't send out these tools. You just can't buy them. The one, they're not for buy, they're for lease. And you can't just automatically lease them. You got to go through what we call a Q school. And we're going to slow the process down. We want to make sure that you know who we are, and you have an opportunity to ask questions, and you get familiar with these tools. So if you're thinking of doing that, we're going to need to have a conversation and schedule, because the Q schools are one-on-one. We don't do a classroom of like 30 people or something. We don't do that. It's got to be one-on-one. And it's going to be 3+ weeks. And as a result of that, and at the end of that, then if you want to become an annual member, you're free to do so. We hope you do. But we do slow it down. Very, very different than anyone else or everything else that you're going to see out there. So we want you to make sure that you make the best decision for you. We really do. I can't say it any more succinctly. I mean, it's just what we believe is the right thing to do. Sound okay? All right. So let me slide back, see if there's any other questions. I've got to get my nose into our work here, but we'll let you watch. Can we connect? Yeah, we can connect. Yep. Manesh, I don't know what the time difference is from here to Kuwait. But if you're thinking, do you and me both a favor. Visit the website, stockmarketcaddy.com. Explore it. A lot of your questions are going to be answered there. And explore that. And then if you still have questions, send me an email. Let me know. Give me a couple of dates and times when you might want to connect. And what I can do, um, I can send you a link through Zoom and we can connect on Zoom and I can answer. That sound okay? But I think you mentioned gold. Like, for instance, I just want to I want to put gold up here. So I'm going to change this to gold. We're not going to change anything else. I'm just going to use the continuous contract. This happens to be on 200 tick. And let's see, it's got to refresh. It'll populate in a moment. It doesn't have the data right there. At least it should. There it is. So the gold contract is trading at 40.71 and 15 200 ticks ago, which is at 11:23, which is it's now 11:38. So that was like 15 minutes ago, and it's up. One contract's up 420, 430. That's so if you want to trade that, you could. I mean, but maybe you want to, do something similar. You still got to decide the market. You still got to decide the margin. You've still got to, have some trading skill. So I'm going to put that back though. NQZ 25. There we go. We're back at it. Now, we also have other radars, right? Swing Machine isn't the only one, right? It's our flagship and we keep it ever present, but we use it on, we have other radars for options. We got a host of them. And you can virtually we're trading here now. The machine it does have it on a chart. I'm not even looking at the chart. I don't even really need to see the chart, but it's running on a chart. It runs from a chart. We don't, and it's exactly the same thing here, right? So it's got virtually give it a tick or two, virtually the same price. So if this one's up 20, yeah, I think we may have had $30, $40 slippage there. But we're not trading that fast here, as you can tell, that's going to be, that significant. And so if we stopped right here, and it's approaching noon, we're good trading one mini contract. We're good for almost 10 grand, right? 39 to 48, 49, 10 grand. If you traded a micro, you're up 1,000. If you traded 10 mini contracts, you're up 100 grand. Take the rest of the afternoon off. But thank you for bringing that. I never heard that description before, Manesh. So I'm okay, right? If I don't know something, I'm going to say I don't know. Um, I don't know why that is illegal in the States, but it sounds like we have other products to do that sort of thing. Um, so you can still do it. We just do it with options. And then, like I say, we do. Well, you mentioned something else that has it in the States, so I won't. Yeah, something called Ganda or Oanda. Yeah, I won't comment one way or the other. I don't know it, so I won't comment. I tried. I have liquidity from other. Yeah, no problem. I have liquidity from others. Yep. Like I say, small world. The world's getting smaller. Okay. Once again, Manesh, if you go to the website, I think you'll learn more, right? So you got to show me some initiative, right? But I'm happy to answer the question. Can I use your algorithm in my liquidity? Um, uh, yes, right? You can use all of our tools. All of our tools can be sitting on your desktop. Whether you can put them up in the cloud. Okay, well, you got to go to the website, Manesh. Okay, you got to show me some initiative. I appreciate it, but I don't have the time to spoon feed what's in the in the website, right? So again, time. We can't make it, we can't buy it, we can't sell it. It's very, very valuable. So please, Manesh, I don't want to be rude. Go to the website, review it. What are these questions you're answering or asking me are there, and and then if you still have questions, you can send me, a couple of dates and times, and I can connect for, for 15 to 20 minutes and give you a tour. Now, if you join as a monthly member, if someone joins as a monthly member, which you could do today, then what we will do is we'll agree on a date and a time. We'll give you the Cook's tour on a live feed early one morning, and then you can hang out the rest of the day and and see what you see, right? But for everybody, please, we take a lot of time to build a website to try to answer some of the questions. So just start there and feel free to reach out. Thanks. That sounds good, Manish. That way we connect, and then what I'll do is when you do that, we'll agree on a day, and it could be this week. I mean, if you join that fast, and then we'll give you a Cook's tour in the. How many hours difference is there? So between us and Kuwait. So if we could connect, in the morning, then you hang out the rest of the day and get to see. But what I just want to everyone to understand is our members, our annual members, have everything that I have. They have everything that I have, and they have it on their own desktops, or they put it in the cloud, and they trade their own money, and they trade their own markets, and they trade the way they want to trade. They trade in trend, they trade in counter trend, and we're all trying to do exactly the same thing: extract cash flow from the money flow and have a great life. That's about it. It's a beautiful thing. And we have, at a monthly level, we have a very, very high retention rate. It's month to month. Like somebody joins for a month and don't want to stay, they don't stay. But we have a very high retention rate, which we're proud of. And it's like I say, it's not sign up for a year or anything. It's a month to month, and that retention rate hovers around 90%. It's very, very high. The annual membership is you must go through what we call a Q school once, and then you can choose to become an annual member at that time. The retention rate on the annual hovers around 70 to 75%. It's right around there, a couple of points either way. I wish it was higher. It is what it is. It's a big commitment of time, of it just is, and I can never know. So I can't make any claims. I can't say that you will Manesh automatically, but if you've got some trading skill from demonstrated to yourself before, and you understand and you apply yourself, we have members that have been with us for years. um, and our membership, for every the renewal membership is just $3,500 a year. But for every year you've been with us and every year going forward for up to a period of 6, we will give you a free month, which reduces the effective cost for renewals to in half. So it would be like we have folks that basically renew every year with as an annual for 1750, $1,750. You know, I think it's pretty good value when you can come in on a given day and do this sort of thing. But they're extremely independent. I mean, they just, when we talk, it's just to reconnect maybe around the holidays. I mean, they're just off and going. And maybe that'll be you. We have a limited number of licenses every year. So, and we have folks that are scheduling them now for next year. So keep that in mind. Look at your calendars and let us know what you're thinking. Um, Thank you, Manesh, for your questions, for the education as well. We're going to let you watch. I could intervene and grab this, but I'm going to choose not to because I don't know. Just like if I don't know when we're going in and out of chop, then I don't know how high the trend is going to go, and I don't know how low it's going to go, right? Either. But the machine has parameters that is going to, knock on wood, protect me. I can always intervene, right? But what we the machine is built in as a built-in a bias to go after positive outliers and not sustain negative outliers. That's the plan. But by the same token, I'm still here and I can still see it. Now, I could see here, like you could say, well, wait a minute, the 200 tick level is selling down. Maybe you should take the bread. We could. We absolutely could do that. And you can see it dipping here. That's the one. This is the one we're running, the 500. So we have a reason or excuse to take the money if we wanted to. I'm going to choose not to. Susan, she's probably going to take our money. Okay, so once again, we keep seeing that 200 tick wanting to come in, right? I don't want to short it at that. I don't want to trade that fast, but we could use it as an excuse, right, to take the profit. I'm just describing it. I'm not going to. I'm not going to, but you could, right? So there are different techniques that that we can teach, that we can review, right? But you can see it beginning to come under a little bit of pressure. And what that is, it's just trailing stops. Most likely. It's just trailing stops off the hedge funds. They got machines too. They've always had the machines. They've always had them. And you just can see it. You can see it clear as a bell. Right? So it may cost us a little bit, but we're going to try to stay in this middle part of the day here. Um, Any questions, let us know. Again, thanks for the questions, and we just invite you to visit stockmarketcaddy.com, and I think many more of your questions will get answered. And then if we see you as a monthly, you're going to get a cook's tour. If you still got questions, you want to connect, I can do that too. But um, starts with really, just a visit. And we do these YouTube sessions. People have sometimes said, like, why do you do this, Don? We're doing it to inspire you to come go to the site and see what's going on. We're not trying to prove an outcome. We're not trying to hand out the fish. We're just trying to show you what's possible. Okay, so the machine took that trade, right? And it went the other way. It just took it. 9 grand, 8,900. What is our profit factor? Let's go look. How many trades, right? That's what you want to know, right? So let's go look. We can go to TradeStation, and she had a $10 drawdown. She's up 200. You want to take that, bread? You could take it. I'm not taking it. But let's go get the trade manager. And we might be going into chop, but we might be going south too, right? We don't know. Nobody knows. Let's generate report. Our profit factor is 2.62. We're making $2.62 for every dollar we expend. Total number of trades, 16. Percent profitable, 31.25. That's perfectly fine for a trend strategy. Perfectly fine. Very manageable here. All good. Really good stats. Now, you also could quit. I'm going to let her run a little, and it's early in the week. Now, if this was Thursday and we were done, I mean, and profitable for the week, I'm going to shut it down. But it's Monday. Got plenty of time. Plenty of time. Not going to run, till 4 o'clock though. No, I won't do that. No need. We're going to experiment here in a moment. We're going to see if we can generate some sound um, through YouTube. I may run into a copyright thing, but I'm going to play a little Harry Chapin, see if the sound can come through. Bear with me. If I do it and you hear the machine trade, you might hear order filled, so don't get spooked that it's your machine. Let me see if I can bring the sound up. Okay, actually, we're going to change gears. We're going to see if we can filter in a little Neil Diamond here, and I'm experimenting with this little tool, and let me see if I can bring it up. No, I'm sorry. We'll get an in-service and an education on this tool. Having some difficulty, but we're going to let you continue to watch. And it's pretty sophisticated. This streaming device is pretty sophisticated, and but it's real good quality. So Frederick, I am going to move on getting this up into the website too. I promise you, and and we'll have some background music too as well, which we can probably do more of too on the website for our own use. And in the meantime, this is just cooking along here. This is a beautiful thing. We'll try to get the word out to all the annual members. And now you could certainly do something very similar, with other markets. I don't know if this tick count would be the appropriate thing for gold or silver, but maybe, right? Maybe, and pretty orderly. Could we scalp it? We absolutely could, right? We could, but I'm leaning on the trend, right? Leaning on the trend. So from 11 to noon, we're up $10,000 on one mini. That's a beautiful thing. Absolutely beautiful. So I'll be nearby. Um, Annual members, Bob, if you're out there, I hope we answered your question. I sent you an email. I hope you got it with regard to the radars. And annual members, please know, anytime you're having an issue with any of our products, if you are, don't hesitate to text me or just call me. Just flat out call me. I will try to drop what I'm doing at that moment if I'm in the office and attend to it. So just know that. So Bob, if you're listening, if you're out there, I just hope you got my email. And one of the things that we had inadvertently done, this would be for the benefit of annual members, we have a radar called the Retail Trader Radar, and Bob was getting memory issues, but it wasn't really memory. What it is that the last input calls for the number of stocks to calculate a percentage, and I let it go out at zero. I should have put a number in there, but you would have to put a number in there, 100 or 500, and if it tries to divide by zero, then the whole thing doesn't work. So that's what that is. But um, I addressed that, Bob, in your email. I hope you got it. I hope everything is up to snuff. I just assume that it is. But don't, everyone, don't hesitate to call me, right, on anything. And if anyone finds themselves in a slump, in a trading slump, if you send me your scorecards, I'll review them. If you want to connect, on a Saturday morning or when the market is open, compare notes, get some ideas. I may not be able to immediately get you out of a slump, but I can always give you something to think about or maybe another approach. That's all, you know. And that's what we're always trying to do. We kind of, it's not that we're pushing each other, but we're all doing, this, more or less the same thing, right? Maybe not exactly the same. The focus is the same, but the tools might be a little bit different, right? Enjoy. Good afternoon, everyone. And this baby is printing money today, huh? This is beautiful. 39,706 to 50,000, 51,000. The trend, the trend, the trend, the trend, the trend. And now, in another market, next week, it might be the 1300 tick that we want or the 300, right? But right now, we're playing in the belly. This is beautiful. I haven't even looked at a chart. I'm not chasing a moving average or a stochastic or market profile. You know, all that crap is, in our view, especially the volume, crap. I don't know, man. I just, there's too many other places where volume can hide, you know, and what we need to see are the transactions, and we can see them, and we can track them, and we can extract that cash flow. I'm Bag of Don. This is Stock Market Caddy. We're going to let you watch. A monthly membership gets you a cook's tour. We'll meet up one morning online, live. We'll let you hang out for the day. We'll show you a lot of the other products. We'll answer your questions personally. The steps you have to take to become an annual member. There are a few steps. You just can't sign up today. You can't do it. I won't let you. Won't happen. I'll send your money back. Won't happen. You've got to, number one, make sure you have TradeStation in your country. Number two, you got to visit the site, and you got to understand what Q School is and what it isn't, what it's about, and then answer the questions. You do have to go through the Q School once, just once. Once you've done that, then and only then you could join as an annual member. Now, we will reserve you a spot. If you sign up for Q School, you will be reserved a spot. The reason why I say that is we have a limited number of licenses that we issue every year. And once we hit that number, that's it. And folks, it's November 17th. We won't be issuing any. We will take reservations for Q School next year, but December 1, there'll be no more. Renewals, annual renewals can take place and are taking place, but you can reserve for next year. And there are folks that have already reserved their spots. So look at your calendars, think about what you want to do, get ready. And there are some things that we can do. Now, I should point out, we have done this in the past. If you want to join Q School and take more time to absorb the self-paced part of it during December, and then the one-on-one start later, we can do. So I should really temper that, because I forgot that that there are folks that have wanted to do that. Everyone learns a little bit differently, and some folks may want to have a little bit more time. So basically, reach out, talk to me, and let me know what you're thinking, what you want to do, and let's do it. This is a beautiful thing here. We'll let you watch. Okay, so you can see her coming back up, right? You can see the 200 tick coming back up. We could use that as a trigger mechanism to take the profit. I'm going to try to see if we can weather through it and see if the dominant trend can continue down. But you could, right? You could. So I'm just kind of sharing, right? You can trade mechanically alongside robotic trading, right? We're having a great run here, right? I mean, this wouldn't be bad, right? Let's see, 9,000, 13, $14,000 in a day. Put 10 of those together. Put 10 of those together. I'm Bag of Don. This is Stock Market Caddy. If you're getting it done with whatever it is you're doing, keep doing it. If you're not, we're ready when you are. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. We're giving you a very full view, beautiful view, um, and this is just beautiful. Let's take a look and let me tell you over the last what we've been running for 12 hours, 13, 14 hours. You might want to know what is the performance characteristics. So let's go look. We'll do this together. And here we go. So let's run a report. Beautiful for TradeStation. Let's go back one day so we capture last night's trading. So there it is. Our profit factor currently is 2.77. And I haven't intervened. I haven't done a thing. That's, now we were running much higher, right? But it is really, really doing a nice job getting on these, right? Um, we're up 11,000. It's off by $1. We're actually up 11,106. The machine thinks we're up 11,107.20. And how many trades have we had? We've had 22 trades, 11 longs, 11 shorts. We're either long or we're short. And what is the percent profitable? 31%. Now, that means we're losing 7 out of, this is such a great teaching moment. That means we're losing 7 out of 10 times. And if I put an ad on our website, which we don't advertise outcomes, right? We have that. Others do that. We don't do that. But if I said, I have a program where you're going to lose 7 out of 10 times, how good do you think that would do, right? But that's okay, right? That's because the retail trader, they don't know what they don't know. They're chasing wins because they think they need to win 8, 9 out of 10 times. I mean, that's counter trend trading. Trend trading, 30 to 50% is superb. So we're right in line and we're making money. When you don't know what you don't know, it's impossible to learn. It's impossible to make adjustments. And you may just, be missing it, but for a little bit, right? But if you quit, I'm not worried about folks quitting Stock Market Caddy. We do lose people. Not that many, but sometimes we do. And not much I can do about it. All we can say is we give everybody the same attention. We learn every time we do the Q schools. We try to impart, and but it is what it is. And if there's an old saying, if you don't get the ball to the hole, it's probably not going in, right? Short putts don't go in the hole. And so if a person quits, they quit. That's okay. But if you have no quit in you and you want to learn and you want to trade mechanically, robotically, and get rid of the emotions, you put together 10 and 20 of these days in a month. Your trading life's not going to be the same, kids. By the way, I do want you to know, we have members. Don, take it down. That's what they say. Take it down. Don, don't put it on YouTube, please. Don't put it out there. The likelihood that anyone is going to be able to develop Swing Machine is slim and none. 600 lines of code. You can put your moving averages in there. You can do whatever you want to do. It ain't going to work. Okay, everyone, it is 3 o'clock. Um, we have had a wonderful day, but we are selling down and we'll try to stay with it. We're not going to go overnight. We'll turn it back on around 11 p.m. and we'll take it from there. Put together 10 or 15 of these days. Hmm? Take your time. Take your time. I'm Bag of Dawn. This is Stock Market Caddy. Be sure to visit. We're ready when you are. And a little out of breath chasing the pups. And I just poked my head back in. It's a beautiful thing. Now we're getting a little bit of a pull up here. You can see it on the 200, 300, right? We could use that as an excuse to come out. I'm torn. I am torn. You know what? I'm sorry, folks. I thought the mic was on. Um, we have maybe it was, and I turned it off. But we took that trade manually off. We're going to close. We're done. We ran from 11 p.m. last night to 3 p.m. today. We pocketed 13,190.40. Let me give you the trading stats. Whoops. In full view, all live, right? All live in full view. Profit factor 2.67. 29 trades, 31% profitable. Great trend trading. Automated, emotionless. We're ready when you are. Be sure to visit stockmarketcaddy.com. We're going to let you watch. By the way, nice trading day. Oh, yeah, very nice. Yeah, very nice. Very, very nice. Yep. It's really been great with a lot of things, but I'm particularly pleased, right? I am. And I hope you guys experiment with it as well. We're going to stay with it. We'll do it again tomorrow. Maybe we do a different market. I'm not sure. But very good, Frederick. And maybe Rob is out there and Bob is out there. Anybody need anything, let me know. And we're going to get to work. Very nice.